Oh no. Well, at least Ica is mute. Ivir Pepe Raft.
Any brush everything is just out there. トゥラルジ。B セーフカズマ3。
The box. You opened it. I came.
You opened it. I came. すげえけど。アイムシュアユーブーエアスマトロ。 チガム
I have such sights to show you.
レッドミーゲスムード
Not again.
OH ライトイニアさん
Go chill yo.
MRP さん ヤミーライスさん Today inflation happened to large subs are officially locked now.ルダンス
アイブルシック。
破電3。オディティ3。That's what I'm wondering do I will think. OH AZ 3ナイスキラー。 MMM3 レイジーですムココンフイゼーハドフードアーリーヤ3
Jebated.
タイムトゥークロックイン。
I cannot in streamer mod nopers. RIP, she is going to delete Discord Ivir Pepe Raft.
プレスト3。ストロブ654ステアワ用。パープル3。ストロブ654ステアバル。I didn't even notice the in-game overlay on since you always have it off. スムゲーデド。
Where's Toto?
スムゴーシルスムココンフイコイハイコンフイアイムサットディスコールドイズゴナエンドスーンサットI wish it was called RN It's too hot outside
Not again. I love the cold smoke confy I wish it could be spring year round A cool 70-75 スムゴータップ 3ES オールウェイズ A ゲーマー
グッドイブニングラッツ&ラシーズ3。This might be an easy win to ICAS team. スナッフアンダーライン3。アイカイズオン SO ライフイズグッド。スラックレーシングポグ。 サッド。ファンビルド。スムゴイプ。
A bullet than any other cause of death. The United States of America. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We're sitting around. This would come with some good as well. We're sitting around. More children are killed by the bullet
トラルジビデン。
than any other.
ポリティックス In my AIKA stream zoom head Everyone old AF that's fat
ルッキン。スムゴーシル。
アイヒダーク。
さんギタータイム。 工具OHNVM ウェアダヘックOHOK イエー LOL ズムミヘッド AG ケクトフチキングイットスムモステアノットクール
あいかPlease refrain from such terms.
ファットザシグマディド優勢波電レッドブラドトークハウエバーゼフィナウワントトゥートーク
Gonna make me try to evoke my persona.
リズフィナメイクユーエボークサムシングエルス
ぼっちっぽゼンスド。
This is like the map for zombies. Smooth Juffer.クランプトリップ。
I just kicked you in the balls and it made you even harder.
アイライド。アイポギーズ。サンクユーアルティ。3。ラムアルティハズビーンラークフォーイヤーズハズントセットエーシングフォーオールモースト3イヤーズバットイズオールウェイズウォッチングクランフアッピー。 ロイヤルラカーズアイブルロビング。アイブルスターリ。とザ・ヒットボックスオンザットアタックイズ SO ノットライト LOL ザ・ファーストカップルゲームズは OK。バッドディーズラスト3ワンズハブビーンエービットラフ。
クリルイシュー。I remember I have ice cream I ride.
ポグ。I want ice cream グラッジ。
No I blangly. Streamer is mean. バルキャンハブサム3。
3A。イシェアウィズアイカ。
I know.
リクルソフトクリームリクル。ワジャジャハデン。
Never has a betrayal taken place that is worse than this since Judas.
ヨーレゴナビトレーザリミッツオブハウマッチユアーボディキャンテイクワンスアイギブユーファットアイハブハデンアイケパセティックアホッタ。
Just as I was pushing it deep, I'd go like.
エアトリはゲッパーエアシェエクスパールライパー。アットマークバルハリエンファットやゴッド。アイブルシック。
アクチナップ。3
I have your box.
ウェルカムバックカズマさん。家証明。
スクリーンアイビル
ヘストゥースマートヌー。
You don't already. メジュム。
I hypervibe I'm ready。プレイガイノットスマートキラーズ。
ソルジャーズアルソチェックコーナーズ。
SO グッド SO スワーフォーゼカンプ。スムゴージュファー。
ゼーザダム。
2。HE ホックド U& then came back to hit you again. クラシックコンソールプレイヤーズローマ神殿。OK 3。バーエルド。 It looked like she was bald LOL. I thought you got a tall fan that finally made your room to not be as hot smuggled.
It's like 1020 over here and almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Jeez.
Pride Ica. heck?
ストップトーメンティングアイカヒートアイブラングリー。 スムゲーデド。
ナウファット。
Farm time people farmer. Kidding.
ゲームザファーストディセンダント。
Driga, are you dressed appropriately to be chatting?
AZ。
アイクラック。
I was there. I was there. 3。It was actually the first time I had a more than decent team mates.
How indecent, Driga.
ナウナウ。ドラーガイズユージング HIS ゴッドギブンライトトゥーステイサイレント。
At Hayden 56 Crump Snipe Koi Hachis. piece. BRB.
スムゲーデド。オーナナ。ピープルアンダー40ドゥーイング LVL100 プラスボスズスムゲーデド。アテムプッティングアステリスク。Have you beat the Hanging Man boss? I can't ever get a good random team. They did beat it.
I meant carry this boss.
Most these bosses are too hard alone unless you are over leveled. すごいある意。プロト3。 テスすんげえけど。アイカジュファーアイカプレイングザリバイブゲームウィズリーズチームマテス。プロトタイピーを1すごい。ライノソフクリンジ。 It was so close スムゲーデド。
Stop right there.
チャット。Could you imagine Aika taking out her anger on your butt?
スムゴステアハデン。ワチャジャハデン56。
No, can't say I'd ever thought of that, Aiden, nor would I care to.
My shield!
ウェイエトバールーザーズ。I'm gonna make a sandwich.
LOL。
Val, deal with your sheath.
ハイライドカズマポグアイニートニーズイエス7スティング3ERM マイク・アイ・ブラウンリー
Jebated.
Let's swap no.
Shall we race?
Smugoip you did it. True. That fiber was the key. I will robbing Kazuma.
I just get paid Crumpoiler Merbrun money Hydras 20 my money.
Backslash strobe 654 ステア。I will think.
Shit, I just remembered I never finished my daily.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
サプアットマークプロトタイピオ1。
Now what do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
Watch carefully. マクーズ。アイブルボックス。
アイブルボックス。
I'm loading. OH アイブルダープ
You owe me an apology.
「
Shall we race? Watch carefully. Stop right I'm loading. It's mine.
You can solo.
ゼイクプーフ
I believe in you. Believe in the me that believes in you.
I'm loading.
シャドウメジシアン3、
アイヒマジシャン。Is there no other content to do? ディスコードピング。
ザッツファットゼーレドゥーイング3、
Stop right there.
They all using the same character too. You should be able to. I think they're trolling. アイブルモンコ。 SO トゥルー J
RE 平和ユエリング
SO トゥルー J
Hey everyone, AI hype.
ビビタウ
I hear you.
There won't be a second.
Finally gets to Red Lose.
アンダーパーフォーミングチームマテスすんげえレド クラシックチームムとイエション A
Still a few months to go pay Pilaf.
Loading. I'm going to need help. This is an emergency. How dare you break my shield? Shall we race? This could get messy. How dare you break my shield? My shield is down. This together.
すげーデド。カウデゴーンベターイエー。
place. One I see. Coming up. Scattering.
1イーブンセット HIS サモングワード。
すごい冬ゴッドイット。ソリッドラン AZ。アイハイパーバイブ。
I knew you could do it, I believe ya.
OH。
ゴヘッド。
クラシックシリーアイカブレース。いえ
いえね。
ホープフリーアーチームマテスハブイナフ DPS2 ダウンイットと。 トゥラルジーツジバー。 還付。AZW
AZ
ヒスクックスラムプレー外チームマテス RNG
Everyone tell Golly I did a thing.
ワットディドユーブーサスジ。
One of two for the 50 tier.
アイブルダークワインコンヒューズド。
His subscribe start.
スムゴイプ。レッツゴー。あい。16モンカオメガ。 スムココンフイバックトゥーザファーミングコーナー。
Modules will make you stronger.
アイハイパーバイブ。WHO ニーズスローエニーウェイス無号知る。
This is the ultimate cloud control area.
Humanity is very weak. That's why humans need us so desperately.
アバター3。
Descendant, the Vulgus have targeted a nearby Albion Kuiper storage facility.
Loading. Smooth as ice.
スムゴアウ。
A recon corps spotted enemy reinforcements. There's no end to them.
Shall we brace? Loading. You can't escape.
Appearing regeneration and dueling have a promotion going on.
There's no end to them.
リアリー LOL。
I'm loading.
To impact. Primagem X30, Sweet Madam X1, Chicken Mushroom Skewer X1 Genshin Lingo, 1 month of free Super Duolingo.
Duo Impact Aila Wink Wonk.
Watch carefully. Scatter them. I'm loading. Stop right there.
It's clear the Vulgus are after the Kuiper. I didn't expect them to send a force of this size.
Three slash.
Melon 3
Y'all are the only ones I know who deal with the green. I also thought I'd share.
Ai Himeron.
Off ice now. It's mine.
It's clear the Vulgus are after the Kuiper. I didn't expect them to send a force of this size.
that they don't want to farm.
Descendant, the Vulgus have targeted a nearby Albion Kuiper storage facility. Recon Corps spotted enemy reinforcements. There's no end to them.
Shall we race?
We're continuing to identify incoming Vulgus. We must hold our defense.
$4.7 trillion. That is how much companies are projected to spend to get your attention in 2025 with messages like, this thermal paste is good for AI and sports gambling makes you cool. But marketing is more than just the ads that get served before your YouTube video, and in the middle of your YouTube video, and at the end of your YouTube video. A considerable amount of that budget is spent every year on branding. AMD, for instance, didn't come up with the name Ryzen by pulling it out of a hat. It was a very clear statement that they were back. Millions of dollars get spent to nail the tone, slogan, logo, sounds, and so forth. All with one purpose, convincing you to pull out your wallet and buy. Look at Apple's habit of stringing together superlatives like Ultra, Pro, Max. If they're doing it, I promise you that's because a team of professionals found these powerful words maximize the odds that you're going to think that Apple's just plain the best. Which raises a question. if they're all so smart, why are all these names so dumb? What is Liquid Retina XDR? Is that better than Ultra Retina XDR? How about the Ryzen 8640HS? Is that better than the Ryzen 7736U? I don't know. And what makes the CPU go from Core to Core Ultra? As it turns out, the confusing nature of this branding is almost certainly by design. It's not intended to inform and educate you, but rather it's intended to appeal to your gut feelings. And I've got a gut feeling that we're gonna talk a lot more about confusing branding after this segue confusing sponsor to our segue sponsor.
G-Skill. Embrace the finer things in life, like yachting, art collecting, and of course, RAM. With G-Skill's Trident Z5 Royal DDR5 featuring a mirror finish in either gold or silver and a crystalline light bar. Learn more at the link in the description.
Picture this. It's June 2024 and you just got a new laptop as a grad present, and after a bit of research you find out, boy howdy, is it ever a good one. It's got a cutting-edge 7000 series processor with ripping past Zen 4 cores from AMD, except for one small problem. It doesn't. Now, my goal going into this wasn't to upset fanboys by singling out AMD, but their mobile product naming scheme is so incomprehensible that it requires its own Wikipedia section, making it a prime example of how misleading product naming can hurt consumers.
To illustrate, let me show you how it compares to the current desktop naming scheme. This right here on desktop is your all-important architecture number. This indicates if the chip is using the latest generation core technology or something older. Well, this, this goes here now. And then that first spot, that first number, well, now that's the release year. But I don't know, let's put an 8 there, I guess, which tells you what year it came out as long as you consult this handy rubric. Meaning, wait, that first number has no bearing on performance whatsoever anymore? That's right. Its main purpose seems to be to allow AMD to create a new 8000 series or 9000 series CPU without doing the engineering work to release a new architecture. And we're not done yet. That second number, that's the market segment. So you've got a Ryzen 9 over here, and then you can either have a 9 or an 8. Wait, isn't that kind of redundant? Because we've already got a segment over here. Yes, yes it is. Oh wait, I forgot to put year on here. I'm confusing even myself. And don't forget about the fourth number. That can be 0. This is a differentiate number. It could be 0, or if it's better, but not better enough to change any other numbers, it's 5. Not 3, not 6. Just 0 and 5. Oh, right. And don't forget about the letter over here, which indicates the power target. I don't know, but Intel has letters to indicate the power target, so AMD has letters to indicate the power target.
So not only are these letters not industry standard, even within AMD's own lineup, you can have instances where two chips can have the exact same numbers, but markedly different performance characteristics.
At least they kept the meaning of the architecture number the same though, right? 7 is the newest?
Nope.
It's 4 now?
I'm loading.
Are you confused yet? Good. That's what they want. So you're not gonna think about it too hard and you'll just trust that bigger numbers better. But here's a couple examples of how this can go very, very wrong. In February, NVIDIA launched a refreshed RTX 3050 6GB. Why? I don't know, and it doesn't matter. What matters is that if NVIDIA had followed AMD's naming scheme that I just laid out, it would have become the RTX 6530. Can you imagine the outrage if the community got their hands on the shiny new 6530 only to find out that NVIDIA arbitrarily doubled the model number? I mean, look, NVIDIA's no saint. They have shamelessly adjusted the meaning of their model numbers many times to suit their needs. We actually have a full video coming on their bullshit. But this example shows how what AMD has done here sets a completely new bar for this nonsense. and ironically, in a way that could actually hurt AMD in the long term. Imagine this scenario. Old popsicles, they're fresh out of the 7640U. Well, I guess I'll go with the higher number, 7735U, except for one small problem. You just downgraded to an older processor. So now, you're gonna go tell all your friends who bought modern chips from AMD's competitors how bad AMD's battery life and performance sucks. Way to go, AMD. Making matters more confusing, they've added AI investor bait to their upcoming generation, which is fine. Now, remember how I said that I didn't just want to beat up on AMD? That's because Intel is also terrible. Their new product naming is so confusing that they get it wrong on the very page that explains it on their own website. They did get some stuff right this time around. They finally removed the superfluous I, they kept the reasonably well-defined market segment number, and they moved the word processor to the front. Wait a minute, what was that last one? That's not right. You're saying that going forward, an Intel Core i7-14700K processor would have been called Intel Core 7 Processor 14700K? I mean, I know that rules are made to be broken, but typically Intel, we say our adjectives first, like this. Look at this beautiful, perfectly sized, new black super soft polyblend graphic t-shirt from LTDstore.com. If I reversed it, it would sound more like floatplane.com, at sign up, content behind the scenes, bonus, weekly twice 4. If that sounds backward to you, it's because it is! And that's before we even tackle the suffixes. HX means highest performance, all SKUs unlocked. HK means highest performance, all SKUs unlocked. H means highest performance. P means performance optimized. This is like buying a car that has 3 positions for the gas pedal, okay? Highest speed unlocked, highest speed, and optimized for speed. G indicates integrated graphics, but also F indicates no integrated graphics, so what you're getting if there's neither of them? Who knows? Oh, and they're getting rid of the Pentium branding again, except they aren't. Again. Oh, and finally, Ultra indicates an AI-capable chip. Oh, that one was just obvious. Now, some companies do keep their naming cleaner. For Apple's M-series processors, the new number every year simply indicates, hey, this is a new processor with Pro, Max, and Ultra suffixes that mean various degrees of better. But with that said, Apple is also guilty of some serious naming bullshit. Can I interest you in the latest 2023 MacBook Pro, or would you prefer the older, crappier 2023 MacBook Pro? So what can we do as consumers? Well, you can complain to your country's consumer protection agency, but that's not going to do anything in the short term, so you can encourage people in your life to try and educate themselves before they make purchases, but that can be just as confusing as not bothering, and it takes time that many people just don't have or don't want to invest into this. And truthfully, I get it. I mean, it's literally my job to learn about and to demystify these things, but there are many areas of my life where I just don't feel like putting in the work either. Why do I buy the brand of dishwasher soap that I do? It's not like I've performed thorough testing in a controlled environment. All I know is that it's cheap at Costco and it tastes delicious. Jokes aside, the point that I'm making here is that consumer behavior isn't going to change. So what we really need is a shift in attitude from manufacturers, and not just the ones I called out today. Guys, I'm addressing you directly now. Branding doesn't need to be a bad thing. It doesn't need to be deceptive. In a perfect world, it will guide your customer to the right product in your portfolio, resulting in a positive experience that will foster long-term brand loyalty and therefore future sales. If you keep that mentality in mind, you could even engage in controversial practices like rebadging a last generation product to fill an entry-level gap in your new lineup. And it doesn't have to be such a terrible thing as long as you do all the necessary extra steps, like making sure it continues to get driver support for a long enough period as those. The issue is I just don't see that happening. I see hostility toward the customer everywhere I look in an effort to pursue short-sighted quarterly targets that look good to investors. I'm just fed up with it. So fed up that I don't even know if I want to tell you about our sponsor.
Squarespace! Stop living in the dark ages of cold calling and trying to explain your business to people who are like, what? Just spit it out. What are you talking about? Instead, create a free website with Squarespace and save your precious saliva. Their all-in-one platform makes it easy to get your website up and running quickly. And you don't need to be a graphic designer to use their intuitive Fluid Engine site builder. It has tons of templates to get you started and uses drag and drop elements, meaning no coding is required either. Their asset library will help you manage all your files from one central hub and use them across the whole Squarespace platform. And with advanced analytic insights, you can see what's working well and what needs a little touching up. So head to squarespace.com/LTT and get 10% off today.
If you guys enjoyed this video, you might enjoy a video on the biggest industry lie that's going on right now, AI, or as I like to call it, machine learning with extra steps.
I'll ice you all.
Hey, what's up, y'all? EKBHD here, and today, Samsung had their expected summer Unpacked event in July, and they announced 2 new phones.
New device!
3 new wearable devices. Well, more than that if you count the small and the large sizes, but a lot of stuff. I got to go hands-on with all of it, and so here are my first impressions. So I'm going to start with the 2 new phones. This was the reveal of the newest foldables, so you got Z Flip 6 and the Z Fold 6. And in general, these phones are very much still minor iterations on top of the last year. Shocker. I was actually thinking about that, like this kind of feels like a dismissive way of saying it, like, oh, Samsung's settled, they're not really changing anything, which is kind of true, but also on the other hand, these are still phones that are at the forefront of 2 of some of the most advanced parts of the tech world, which is foldables and AI. So there's that. So yeah, the Fold 6, the big one, looks just like the Fold 5.
I think it's worth buying if you can open 2 whole browsers and it can run 2 slot machines in parallel. I think if you can run one on both screens, it's worth. Otherwise, it's
change up the look of the camera housing just a little bit and give it slightly thinner bezels on the inside and the outside, and that makes the cover screen just a tiny bit more usable. And now both of these screens got the 2600 nits now. Give it the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, give it some new colors, and that's about it. You got yourself a new generation. I mean, here's a couple other even smaller things, like, you know, a slightly better hinge. There is a new ultra-wide camera and square size more interior volumes, which allows for 60% larger vapor chamber for better cooling. But aside from that, like, same battery size, same general form factor, same underscreen camera on the inside, just a lot of the same stuff. I think more of the focus for this phone, and for the others, of course, is this new AI, this Galaxy AI thing that they're pushing to the forefront. And so kind of similarly to what Apple just did a couple...
LOL.
Months ago, is they're trying to surface all of the AI things that they've been doing and some new stuff to the top, so you can see it all in one place so regular people actually use it. And they also kind of brand it Galaxy AI. Sure. Gotcha. So now in the settings app, right at the top, there's this new Galaxy AI section full of all the newest features. Some of them genuinely useful, I'll say. Others, maybe not so much. Like Call Assist, okay, clearly that can be useful. Like there's things like the interpreter, you can speak back and forth with people in different languages. That's cool. Note Assist is going to help people summarize things.
Here's a new take. I think all the devices and the software using this little icon for AI, like little sparkles, is bad. I don't like it. Maybe use a little like CPU icon or maybe a little robot. This is like a...
that's cool. Note Assist.
It's trying to say like, this is nice and cool and fun, whatever.
Transcript
Assist.
Assist.
No, it's AI, it's robot.
Voice notes. All these things are pretty standard. We've seen them before. If you use Samsung's browser instead of Chrome for some reason, you can hit that Stars AI button and get all the summarization you'd want of any web page that has a bunch of text on it. We've seen that before. Generative fill of some extra information from a photo you've taken is also not new, but now it's new to Samsung's Gallery app. So if you want to make a photo a wider angle than it actually was when you took it, or maybe just straighten the horizon or something, you need to fill in some corners. It seems to do a surprisingly good job at that. But then there's also drawing assist, which can take something you draw or sketch in notes, even if you're an absolute piss poor artist like myself, and it generates art in any number of different styles from it in Samsung Notes. This looks almost exactly like what Apple's like Image Playgrounds app is doing. The watercolor style, a little more tame, but then there's also this 3D cartoon style.
Kinda cool.
And if you give it some time, honestly, pretty impressive. I don't know if this is good art, but it's just a lot. You know, that's a lot to do with my finger painting. So anyway,
hey, yo!
Flip 6 is again along.
Why you skip over the one that was actually nice? I like this one.
Painting. So anyway, the Z Flip 6 is again along a lot of the same lines as the Z Fold 6. So again, Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, squared up sides, slightly refreshed design, and spec-wise they've kind of matched a lot of things with the base S24. So it actually has the camera from the base S24, the 50 megapixel main camera.
Let me tell you what is this shit. What is this shit? Phones,
S24.
shapes, sort of, and everything only work because of your pockets. Okay, the most important part of a phone is your pocket. Is it in your pocket? It's big in your pocket. This is on your pocket. It doesn't take less space. It's because it's a square. Oh, it's less space. No, you don't put anything above the square. So a rectangle is pretty fine.
I didn't expect them to send
has the
a force
camera
this
from the
size.
base S24, the 50 megapixel main camera, and the 12 megapixel ultra wide. The battery gets bigger. It goes from 3700 up to 4000 milliamp hours, which is promising.
Stop
and
saying
that
what?
screen
Stop
does
saying
also
what?
get
Stop
600 nits now.
Stop saying what? Stop saying what? Listen, this is your pants, and this is your pocket lining. Okay? Okay? Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. This is your phone. Okay, right now.
I'm loading.
In your pocket. Okay? Fine. Yeah, it takes a lot of space, whatever. Right. If your phone was like this, it's zero difference. This is zero difference between red and blue. Wanna know why? Because you're not gonna go and put something above blue here. You don't stack your pockets like fucking Jenga, okay? You don't stack your pockets like Jenga, okay? That's first thing. Second thing, shut the fuck up. Be quiet while I'm talking. Do your presentation, you be quiet, okay? When it's your turn to present, you can fucking speak. Right now, you chill out. When you are up on the stage and present, you can speak. Shush! Okay? So therefore, now back on the topic. Okay? So therefore, the pocket that you put your phone in, what's in that pocket? Your phone. What is there else in your phone? Nothing. Why? Because you scratch your screen. Nobody has rocks in their pockets. Nobody carries around fucking knives and guns in the same pockets as the one with the phone. You only have your phone. The other pocket is for all the rest of the dog shit. Okay? That's
not to XQCL of him.
The height of the phone is irrelevant. Okay? So, I think that this phone, you know, the point is to have less space, more compact, blah blah. It's shit. It has no use. But in a more better mood, the other phone though, the Flip or the Fold, is pretty good because it's pretty long, pretty rectangular, and actually offers more space when it's unbuckled or unopened or unclosed.
Now as well. And there's a wider variety of like widgets for the outside screen. So ideally it just gets a little bit more useful than before. And it also gets a vapor chamber for the first time in a Flip and a new base of 12 gigs of RAM. And there's these new colored metal rings around the cameras so you can kind of visually tell, oh, this is the new one. Like I'm convinced that's the only reason they did these rings. But yeah, we'll have to see if these phones and their folding screens age better than the previous generation. Obviously a slightly better hinge can help, but as far as I can tell, they just look like the same level of crease, the same feel of a hinge, just overall very similar hardware package to the last year. The cherry on top though is these phones are both $100 more than last year. So the Z Flip 6 is gonna be $1099 instead of $1,000. And then the Fold is gonna be $1899 instead of $1799. So
Our casualties are
direction
mounting.
they're trending. But then there's also the
Disaster.
wearable stuff that they announced, and I think people will be just as interested in, maybe even more interested in the wearables than the phone refresh stuff. So there's 2 new watches, 2 new earbuds, and the Ring. So the Galaxy Watch 7 gets a nice little refresh.
Ring!
Nothing too dramatic. It still looks super familiar, and it stays starting at $299 for the 40mm. But then they've dropped in a big one. There is a Galaxy Watch 7 Ultra in the lineup now. We saw the rumors I talked about on the Waveform podcast. This is something that we've been kind of expecting for a bit, and what they've finally come up with is titanium body, sapphire crystal display, same size 1.5-inch circular display as the 44mm, but a much beefier body around it to fit in a 590 milliamp hour battery.
Okay, if every piece of software runs better for the user, if it's square, and you put a square bezel, why not put a square fucking screen?
Battery. Water resistant to 100 meters. They gave it a new watch face, dual frequency GPS, which is also coming to the Watch 7. And as you can see, they gave it this big orange button called the action button. The quick button. It's called the quick button, which is a custom mappable, yes, activity button that can start any number of different activities or workouts or whatever you want it to do. I mean, look, it's clear that this is targeted at the Apple Watch Ultra. I don't think they're trying to hide that at all. It's clearly
This one
is also $650 instead of Apple's $800. So my question is basically just how do they stack up head to head? Battery-wise, it may actually be better. They're saying it can do 100 hours in power saving mode, but also, feature-wise, accuracy-wise, we'll see. Samsung is also doing this new thing where they basically compile all of your health metrics from everything they measure into one
Oh, the one was right. I have the best takes there.
With AI.
If you need to take about anything, okay, you don't go to the Bible, you don't go to the fucking internet, you open up my stream, you click in, you say, yo, what do you think about this? I give you the take. That's correct, that's the best take. Then you
I want to give that a shot as well, but yeah, this is basically just an obvious entry to give you an option at that higher price point like Apple's done with their Ultra Watch, so now it's going to be out there. Now they also announced the new Galaxy Buds 3 and Buds 3 Pro, and they have obvious equivalents in other ecosystems as well. But there's some new cases and new designs here. Everyone's saying actually aesthetically they look like the first generation AirPods, which they're not wrong, especially at the top. But then these long stems on the Buds Pro actually have these blade lights to indicate different modes or statuses, which is pretty interesting. And then of course they beef up the Pros over the regular Buds with things like ambient mode and soft tips, and this new adaptive noise cancellation that goes up or down based on the surroundings, like
hold on, chat, what's going on there? High stakes press con. Guys, we need to watch this, chat. Guys, we have to watch this. Guys, if I don't watch this, chat, I might just flip out though.
Irons. So the Buds 3 are $179.
We're continuing to identify incoming vultures.
Is it live?
We must hold our defense.
Last but not least, they finally gave us details on the Ring, that thing that they teased. I don't know how many months ago it was when we first saw it.
The Ring.
And the idea is pretty simple. It's a ring, it's a 24/7 fitness tracker, something that you can wear not just while you're awake, but when you sleep and when you shower and going swimming and all that stuff, something you just always have on. Now, I've actually never tested a smart ring before, believe it or not. I play a lot of sports with my hands. I've never worn a ring for a long time, but from what I understand, the Oura Ring is basically the standard that everyone is kind of familiar with, so I'm assuming Samsung is going to at least try to match what the Oura Ring does. So we finally get to see this Samsung Ring, and it looks basically exactly like any other smart ring. Pretty minimal on the outside, actually a slightly concave design to avoid scratching, which I think is pretty clever. And then it comes in 3 different finishes on a titanium frame. There's matte black, or silver, or gold. I'll give you one guess at what my favorite is. It's 7mm wide and 2.6mm thick. The sensors are all on the inside as expected, so heart rate, skin temperature, accelerometer, etc. And it's water resistant to 100 meters as well. So this thing is claiming a roughly 7-day battery life, depending on your size. And once it's dead, you can pop it on this clever little charging case that when you do, it kind of lights up a ring around the ring to show you your charging status, which is kind of cool. And it should give you about 1.5 more times the total life of the ring until you charge it all up again. And then the price will be $399, which is $100 more than the base Oura Ring price, but the difference here is no subscription cost. So the Oura Ring does have a subscription. It's like $6 a month, and that eventually adds up, but this will just be $399 for the watch. It gets all the features, all the Samsung Health stuff, but you also must use a Samsung Galaxy phone and the Samsung Health app. So yeah, I'm happy to see some competition that isn't a subscription, and that's kind of it. That is what Samsung announced today. It's 2 new phones, it's 2 new earbuds, it's 2 new watches, and the Ring, and that's all hitting shelves relatively soon. All pretty premiumly priced as well. Wow, that was an alliteration. That was a total accident, but yeah, all the stuff's coming out soon.
Okay,
now, before you go, what if I told you this phone is worth $1 million? And it's not actually, but let me explain what channel sponsor Dbrand has going on here. So this is their latest drop called Case Hardened. So if you've ever played Counter-Strike,
yeah, do not buy this. 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 Dog shit, dog shit, dog shit, dog shit, dog shit, dog shit.
Apparently you'll already know about the in-game economy for Case Hardened skins. In fact, just last month, this AK-47 apparently sold for over $1 million, like actual dollars. Apparently, this Blue Gem skin is about a 1 in...
They're not gonna cook anybody on Twitter. I don't give a fuck what they say. Okay, that Dbrand can suck
signals for multiple
my
enemies.
balls.
Good luck.
I don't give a fuck. They're wrong across the board. They're stupid. They want to be lost with Andy? Sure, whatever, dude. This is fucking dog shit trash. What an insult, everybody, dude. This is like fucking, brother. You're just fucking, what is it? Culture vulture or whatever? That's what that is. It's fucking cringe.
21 million, like ultra rare. Now, real Counter-Strike fans are probably already typing comments about how Dbrand's Case Hardened isn't random and there aren't any actual blue gems.
If you buy a skin and you don't get the one you want, you get the one you didn't want.
I take your word for it, I will ship.
What you get inside of it. But if this, you can buy the blue gem is fucking brain dead. It's why add a gambling component if it's buyable? Like what?
But here's the thing, just like in the game, Dbrand made thousands of Case Hardened patterns, and yes, some of them are random blue gems. They look awesome. Both designs have a sort of a metallic sheen. The way the light plays off them kind of makes it fun to stare at the back of your phone instead of the front. Maybe that's healthy. But I'll leave a link down below in the description in case you want to check it out and spice up your device. Yeah, Samsung does not exactly go hard with the colors usually. Yeah, either way, that's been it. Let me know what you think of these new devices and these new wearables. Which one? Thanks for watching. Catch you guys in the next one.
I don't care. It's trash.
Biden introduced Zelensky as President Putin.
And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine.
Please no make fun of me, Aikasatto.
Determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President
OHゴッド
President Putin. He's going to be President Putin. President Zelensky.
トゥラルジは going through this again LOL.
Mr. President, I'm better. You are a hell of a lot better. And now
This is the final nail. I love how people think that this is gonna stop him.
Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. And now, guided this alliance through one of the most consequential periods in its history. I realize, I was talking to your wife, I personally ask you to extend your service.
The thing is that he obviously said I was talking to your wife, but man, look at the title. Biden speaks to NATO, aims to show fitness. Guys,
casualties are mounting.
I'm not sure he hit.
Disaster.
I'm pretty sure he missed, guys. Biden is live. No, I have to see this.
Especially the United States. We collected intelligence that Russia was planning to invade.
He's trying to say Putin's like
months before the invasion.
Hitler? Is that what he's trying to say?
I directed the intelligence community to be a significant amount of intelligence to be declassified, so I could start building an international coalition to oppose the invasion. Then in February,
Hey Baru, how's your country going? I will ship.
I rallied a coalition of 50 nations from Europe to Asia.
He's reading on
help Ukraine defend itself. My foreign policy, many foreign policy experts thought, as Putin amassed Russian forces just 100 miles north of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. But Putin thought it was the mother home of Russia.
Yes.
The capital would fall in less than a week. But the Ukrainian people, backed by a coalition to help build, stopped them. Today, Kyiv still stands. And NATO stands stronger than it has ever been. During the week, this summit, several heads of states made it a point in their statements to thank the United States and to thank me personally for all that NATO has achieved. NATO is not only stronger, NATO is bigger because we led the charge to bring in Finland and Sweden into the alliance. And it makes a gigantic difference. Excuse me. Meanwhile, my predecessor has made it clear.
Oh my God.
There's no commitment to NATO. He's made it clear that he would feel no obligation to honor Article 5. He's already told Putin, and I quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." In fact, the day after Putin invaded Ukraine, here's what he said. It was genius. It was wonderful. Some of you forgot that, but that's exactly what he said. But I made it clear, a strong NATO is essential to American security.
Is that right?
And I believe the obligation of Article 5 is sacred. And I would remind all Americans, Article 5 is invoked only once in NATO's long history. And that was to defend America after 9/11.
Oh.
I made it clear that I will not bow down to Putin.
@ ビトルアイヒ
I will not walk away from Ukraine. I will keep NATO strong. That's exactly what we did, and exactly what we'll continue to do.
2 moments.
Now, the future of American policy is up to the American people. This is much more than the political question. It's more than that. It's a
4
national
moments.
security issue. Don't reduce this to the usual testament that people talk about, issues of being a political campaign. It's far too important. It's about the world we live in for decades to come. Every American must ask herself or himself, is the world safer with NATO? Are you safer? Is your family safer? I believe the American people know. The answer to all those questions is yes. And I believe the American people understand that America is stronger because of our alliances. I believe the American consensus from Truman to Reagan to me still holds today. America cannot retreat from the world. We must lead the world. We're an indispensable nation, as Madeleine Albright wrote.
What's going on with the camera?
Now let me turn to 3 other key issues. Just this morning, we had a great economic report.
I really hope eventually most controllers law the max age to run as president to 75-70 even.
Prices are falling for cars, appliances, and airfares.
How about that?
Grocery prices have fallen since the start of the year. We're going to keep working to take down corporate greed to bring those prices down further. Meanwhile, Trump's calling for a 10% tariff on everything Americans buy, including food from overseas.
家は今ラフスポット ATM アイブルナに
Economists tell us that that would cost the average American working family another $2,500 a year. It's a tax of $2,500 a year. Second, our efforts to secure the border, southern border, is working. After Trump killed the bipartisan effort to secure the border, Republicans and Democrats had worked on, because he thought it would benefit me and make him a loser, Republicans walked away. So I took executive action last month. As a consequence, working with Mexico, border encounters have gone down over 50%. The current level is lower today than when Trump left office.
Encounters isn't immigration,
Third,
though.
For months, the United States has been working to secure a ceasefire in
Interesting
Gaza,
word to use.
to bring the hostages home, to create a path for peace and stability in the Middle East. 6 weeks ago, I laid out a detailed plan in writing, was endorsed by the UN Security Council, the G7. That framework is now agreed on by both Israel and Hamas. So I sent my team to the region to hammer out the details. These are difficult, complex issues. There's still gaps to close. We're making progress. The trend is positive. And I'm determined to get this deal done and bring an end to this war, which should end now.
Okay, well that,
Let me conclude where I
there it
began.
is.
We're the United States of America. We are the indispensable nation. Our leadership matters. Our partnerships matter. This moment matters. We must rise to meet it. With that, I'll take your questions. I've been given a list of people to call on here.
Here we go.
Reuters, Jeff Mason.
Mr. President, your political future has hung over the NATO summit a little bit this week.
Yeah.
Speaker Pelosi made a point of suggesting that your decision on whether to stay in the race was still open. George Clooney and a handful of lawmakers have called on you to step aside.
George Clooney.
Reuters is reporting
Isn't he
tonight
an
that
actor?
UAW leadership is concerned about your ability to win.
UAW just endorsed me, but go ahead.
Thank you. My question for you is, how are you incorporating these developments into your decision to stay? And separately, what concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Bro, I love that. Talking past the sale.
I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she's not qualified to be
All right.
president. So let's start
We got
there.
it.
Number
Yep.
one.
All right, that's one.
The fact is that the consideration is that I think I'm the most qualified person to run for president.
Clearly.
I beat him once, and I will beat him again.
トラルジ
Secondly, the idea, I served in the Senate a long time.
Yep.
The idea that
300 years ago.
senators and congressmen running for
That
office
probably offended the fuck out of
worry
her.
about the ticket is not unusual. And I might add, there are at least 5 presidents running or incumbent presidents who had lower numbers than I have now, later in the campaign. So there's a long way to go in this campaign.
There
And
sure
so
is. I'm ready for it too.
I'm just going to keep moving. And because, look, I got more work to do. We got more work to finish.
Vice
There's
President
we
Trump.
made
How
so
about
much
that?
progress. Think about it. Think about where we are economically relative to the rest of the world. Name me a world leader who wouldn't want to trade places with our economy.
You said that before.
We created over 800,000 manufacturing jobs, 1.5 million. I mean, so things are moving.
I mean, that
We got
prince
more
from
to
Saudi
go.
Arabia is doing pretty well,
Working
right?
class people still need help.
Yeah,
Corporate
he all
greed
right.
is still at large. Their prices, the corporate profits have doubled since the pandemic. They're coming down, and so I'm optimistic about where things are going. Danny Kemp, AFP.
Jesus.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask you about your, you mixed up Presidents Zelensky and Putin earlier today.
Yeah.
And you now have sort of your key allies, including the British
Yeah.
Prime Minister, the President of France, the German Chancellor having
Him
to
laughing
step in
about
and make
it's the best
excuses for you
reaction
on
he
that.
can have, by the way.
And officials here are saying off the
Yeah.
record that your decline has become noticeable.
Oh,
Hasn't this now
shit.
likely become damaging for America's standing in the world? Thank you.
Did you see any damage to our standing by leading this conference?
Yeah.
Have you seen a
'cause he
more
just-
successful conference?
He just mentioned
What do you
it.
think? And the Putin piece, I was talking about
That's
Putin,
what he
and I
just,
said,
he literally
"Now,"
just started off
at
with
the
that.
very end. I said, Putin. I said, no, I'm sorry, Zelensky. And then I added 5 other names. Look, guys.
Look,
The
guys.
idea anybody suggests that we haven't had an incredibly successful conference. How many times did you hear in that conference? I know it sounds too self-serving, but other leaders, heads of state, in thanking me, saying the reason we're together is because of Biden, because Biden did the following. Look, folks, this is well, Anyway.
True.
I thought it was the most successful conference I've attended in a long time.
There it is.
And find me a world leader who didn't think it was.
True.
Next one. Nancy Cordes, CBS.
Man.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned other instances in history where presidents have faced a challenge. But what makes this moment in history so unique is that it is not your enemies who are calling on you to reconsider your decision to stay in the race. It's your friends, supporters, people who think you've done a great job over the past 4 years. Have you spent time thinking about what it would mean for your legacy, which you've worked decades to build, if you stay in the race, despite the concerns that voters say they have, and you lose to someone who you yourself have argued is unfit to return to the Oval Office?
Ooh. Look.
I'm not in this for my legacy. I'm in this to complete the job I started.
That's a good answer.
As you recall, understandably, many of you and many economists thought my initial initiatives that I put forward, can't do that, it's going to cause inflation, things are going to skyrocket, the debt's going to go up. What are you hearing now from mainstream economists? 16 economic Nobel laureates said I've done a hell of a job.
So, like, I went to
under
get
my
food
plan so far and what's going to happen
last night, and
in the future if I'm reelected, that things are going to get much better. Our economy is growing. I was determined when I got elected.
Y'all the same way.
To stop the trickle-down economic theory.
$42.
That if the wealthy did very well, everybody else would do well. My dad was a well-read, decent guy. I don't remember much trickling down on his kitchen table. Middle-class people and working-class people need help. And so what happened is I decided to was able to implement as president what I believed when I was a senator. And that is that the way to build this economy is from the middle out and the bottom up.
Okay.
That way we grow the economy. And the wealthy still do very well.
Well, the dollar menu is
They do
going.
fine. And guess what? Find me an economist, a mainstream economist who said we haven't done well. What have we not done that isn't working right now? And so we got more to do, though. We got to finish the job. And by the way, I come from the corporate state of the world. Delaware has more corporations registered in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined.
Yeah.
I'm not anti-corporate. But
You should be used to it by now inhibit I will are.
It's time to get back in order a little bit. It's time, for example, if I'm reelected, we're going to make sure that rents are kept at 5% increase in corporate rents for apartments and the like and homes are limited to 5%. We're going to make a lot of changes that I've been talking about because we're going to continue to grow this economy. And by the way, remember how I got so roundly criticized for being so pro-union, not labor, union. Well, guess what? I've been the most pro-union labor president in history.
Damn.
Not a joke. And guess what?
Damn.
We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better. And we talk about how, for example, remember when we talked about getting the computer chip industry back in the United States? Used to be 40% of the industry. We invented the chip. 40% of the industry was in the United States. And former presidents decided that the best way to do it is find the cheapest labor in the world. Send the product over there and import what the product was. And so what did I do? I was told not to go over to to Asia, including Europe, but Asia. And I remember going to South Korea, convincing them to invest $20 billion in the United States to build computer chip factories.
For sure.
And I asked why when they finally decided to do it. And the answer was because you have the safest economy in the world, and you have the best workers in the world. So the whole idea here is we've invested, there's over $50 billion in investment in computer chip manufacturing just coming into being. None of you thought that would happen. None of you thought that would happen. But it's happening. It's happening. And it's going to grow economies. All three. And by the way,
that was good. That was good, bro. That was good.
Matter of fact, there's as much in red states as blue states. I've made no distinction. So my generic point is that the idea that we can't continue to build and grow the economy make it fairer. Like I said, from my standpoint, when the middle class does well, that's when the whole economy grows. The poor have a shot, the wealthy do well. But the wealthy got to start paying their taxes.
Follow-up, sir. You mentioned that your Vice President Kamala Harris would be ready to serve on day one.
Oh,
Can you
no.
elaborate on that? What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her
she didn't
ready
even
to serve
listen.
on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. Secondly, her ability to handle almost any issue on the board. This was a hell of a prosecutor. She was a first-rate person, and in the Senate, she was really good. I wouldn't have picked her unless I thought she was qualified to be president. From the very beginning, I made no bones about that. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her.
Okay.
Felicia Schwartz, Financial Times.
Thank you, Mr. President. Presidency is the most straining job in the world, and it's 24/7.
Oh, no.
How can you say you'll be up for that next year, in 2 years, in 4 years, given the limits you've acknowledged that you have today?
Bro.
The limits I've acknowledged I have?
I'm not as fast
There's
as I
been
used to
reporting
be.
that you've acknowledged that you need to go to bed earlier and your evening around 8.
You said it.
That's not true. Look, what I said was, instead of my every day starting at 7 and going to bed at midnight, it'd be smarter for me to pace myself a little more. And I said, for example, the 8, 7, 6 stuff, instead of starting a fundraiser at 9 o'clock, start at 8 o'clock. People get to go home by 10 o'clock. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, and if you looked at my schedule since I made that stupid mistake in the campaign, in the debate, I mean, my schedule has been full bore. I've done, where's Trump been? Riding around in his golf cart, filling out his scorecard before he hits the ball?
He saw the clip,
look,
bro.
He's done virtually nothing.
He saw the clip.
And I don't know how many.
No.
Don't hold me to it. Roughly 20 major events.
Man.
Some with thousands of people showing up. And
Sure
so,
did, yeah.
I just think it's better. I always have an inclination, whether I was playing sports or doing politics, just to keep going, not stop. I just gotta just pace myself a little more. Pace myself. In the next debate, I'm not going to be traveling into 15 time zones a week before. Anyway, that's what it was about. That's what it was about. And by the way, even with that, I love my staff, but they add things all the time. Very end. I'm catching hell from my wife for that. Anyway.
He's probably right about that, you know?
I'm sorry, Zeke Miller, Associated Press.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 questions for you. First, on the NATO summit, President Zelensky, in your meeting with him, he pressed you to lift your limitations on the Ukrainian use of American weapons, saying that, in his public remarks afterwards, saying that Ukraine cannot win the war unless those limitations are lifted. Are you reconsidering your position on that? And then secondly, following up on Felicia's question there, leaders of your own party have said that they're not worried about that debate. They're worried about the next bad night and the bad night after that. How can you reassure the American people that you are up to the task and that there won't be more bad nights at debate stage or somewhere else?
First thing,
there will be.
Zelensky asking for the ability to strike deep into Russia. We've allowed Zelensky to use American weapons in the near term, in the near or abroad, into Russia.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not he should be attacked. For example, should Zelensky, he's not. If he had the capacity to strike Moscow, strike the Kremlin, would that make sense? It wouldn't. The question is, what's the best use of the weaponry he has, the weaponry we were getting to him? I've gotten him more long-range capacity, as well as defensive capacity. And so our military.
This is a relatively good answer from him.
Of my commander-in-chief.
I actually think it is.
The chief of staff of the military, as well as the Secretary of Defense, and our intelligence people. And we're making a day-to-day basis on what they should and shouldn't go, how far they should go in.
Yeah.
That's a logical thing to do. Second question related to
bad nights.
About
Sir,
you
how do
being old.
Reassure the American people that you won't have more bad
about
nights,
how you
whether they
fucked
be on a
stuff
debate
up.
stage or on some
And
matter of
'cause you're
foreign
old,
policy.
yeah.
Well, I tell you what,
I'll
the
tell
best
you
way
what.
to assure them is the way I assure myself.
You
And
don't.
that is, am I getting the job done? Am I getting the job done? Can you name me somebody who's gotten more major piece of legislation passed in 3.5 years? I created 2,000 jobs just last week. So if I slow down, I can't get the job done. That's a sign that I shouldn't be doing it.
Discord
There's no
ping.
indication of that yet. None. What I got here? Merrick, Pulaski Radio.
Thank you, Mr. President. How are you?
I'm well.
The elections in the US have consequences around the world. You have pretty high standing in Europe. I just asked President Macron about you, and he said we are happy to have him as the President of the United States. But there is a concern. Many people in Poland and across Europe are worried that the former president may win the election.
Ooh.
And
He
there's a
who
lot
will
of
not be
concern
named.
that Donald Trump
Nope.
may weaken NATO, stop supporting Ukraine, or push Ukraine to give up territories to Russia.
They're correct.
And yourself was warning just 2 minutes ago about it. So my question is, do you think that Europe will be left on its own if Donald Trump wins the election?
This is an easy question
And
for Biden.
what's your advice
Easiest
to
question of his
European
life.
leaders to prepare for possible U.S. disengagement?
Bro.
Well, look, I think, how can I say this?
No, that
without
other part of the answer isn't good.
sounding too self-serving. I'm not having any of my European allies come up to me and say, Joe, don't run. What I hear them say is, you've got to win. You can't let this guy come forward. It'd be a disaster. It'd be a disaster. I mean, I think he said in one of his rallies, don't hold me to this, recently, where NATO, I just learned about NATO or something to that effect.
He did. He did
Foreign
say that.
policy's
Trump
never
did
been
say
a
that.
strong point. And he seems to have an affinity to people who are authoritarian. That worries, as I tell you, Poland, that worries Europe. That worries Poland. And nobody, including the people of Poland, think that if he wins in Ukraine, he's going to stop in Ukraine. That that's going to be the end of it. And so what I can say is, I think I'm the best qualified person to do the job, to make sure that Ukraine does not fall, that Ukraine succeeds, that the European alliance stays strong. You may recall, no one was talking about Finland joining NATO. I remember talking to Putin right after we got elected in Geneva, and he was talking about what we should do. We couldn't be in Eastern Europe, etc. And I said, you're looking for the Finlandization of Ukraine, because you're going to get the NATOization of Finland. And about 4 weeks later, I got a call. That's not true. Probably 5 months later, from the president of Finland, could he come and see me? In my office, I invited him to the Oval Office. We sat down and talked. He said he wanted to join NATO. Could I help? And I did. It wasn't automatic. And then I got a call from the Swedes. I beg your pardon?
We got a heckler in there.
And so Finland
Shut
joined
up.
NATO. 800
Oh,
mile
man.
border is significant. And they were already allies, but they weren't part of NATO.
Ban
And you
that
heard-
guy.
I think you heard, maybe, I can't recall what he said in public in our closed meeting, but he wouldn't mind it being repeated. He said, we decided in Finland, the people of Finland decided they had to be part of NATO.
Oh.
It was in our interest because of the joint ability to be
ザ・モ
together
ジュール
to dissuade any attack on Finland. And the same thing with Sweden. It took a lot of selling to some folks, particularly
Is it just me? Is it hard to
Turkey and
understand
other
what he's saying?
places,
I
to
mean,
agree to the expansion.
it's about normal.
But they expanded. And we're a hell of a lot stronger because of it. We're more secure because of it. And by the way, I was able to get 50
Bro, it's so
other
boring.
nations, 50 to support Ukraine. 50. We were able to bring about
ウ
a
ェアダヘ
coalition
ックアイブ
between
ラングリーファットアバウトスタッ
and
キング
Asia, Japan and South Korea. I just met with, we talked about AUKUS, and we talked about the relationship between Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, the United States. We're making the world safer and stronger because we have to deal with the new arrangement that exists in the world. The Cold War is over. The post-war era is over. What is going to replace it? And I respectfully suggest I have a pretty good idea what that should be. I've convinced a lot of people to follow it. We're just going to get stronger. David Sanger.
That was it?
Where's it?
Do a poll of who y'all voting for? I'll do a poll
Thank you,
after
Mr.
this.
President. Be nice, David.
Mr. President,
Uh-oh.
the NATO declaration that was issued yesterday was very notable because it described China as a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine for its provision of critical goods to the Russians. That's part of a broader partnership that seems to have cemented in place in the past 2 or 3 years. I think one that you were a little bit doubtful of when we asked you about it some time ago. So I'd be interested to know whether you have a strategy now of trying to interrupt the partnership between China and Russia, and whether or not in a second term you would pursue that, if you could describe that strategy.
That's a
to
great
us.
question.
And along the way, could you also tell us whether you think, just to follow up on Felicia's question, that if you were in a room with Vladimir Putin again, the way you were 3 years ago, or with President Xi, that a few years from now you will be able to go negotiate with them, handle them one-on-one?
Well, the first part of the question is, we discussed and I raised in the NATO summit, and others raised, the future of China's involvement, what they're going to do.
Yeah.
What they're doing with Russia in terms of accommodating, facilitating, they're getting access to additional, they're not supplying weapons themselves, they're supplying mechanisms.
I don't think
to be able to
so.
get weapons. And China's position is basically, and I've spent more time with Xi Jinping than any world leader has, over 90 hours since being vice president all the way through, for real. And by the way, I handed all my notes. But my point is that she believes that China is a large enough market that they can entice any country, including European countries, to invest there in return for commitments from Europe to do A, B, C, or D, or not to do certain things. What's happened is we had a long discussion about what we cannot, you have to make clear, China has to understand that if they are supplying Russia with information and capacity, along with working with North Korea and others to help Russia in armament, that they're not going to benefit economically as a consequence of that by getting the kind of investment they're looking for. And so, for example, we're in a situation where we've reestablished direct contact with China after that, remember the balloon,
Vulgus have targeted a nearby Albion Kuiper storage
in.
facility.
Well, we set up a new mechanism. There's a direct line between Xi and me, and our military has direct access to one another, and they contact one another when we have problems. The issue is that you have to make sure that she understands there's a price to pay for undercutting both the Pacific Basin as well as Europe, and it relates to Russia and dealing with Ukraine. And so
Take this.
we, for example, if you want to invest in China, as you know this area really well. Trying to invest in China, you have to have a 51% Chinese owner.
Yeah.
You have to make sure that you do by their rules.
Yeah.
And you don't have the authority, and you have to provide all access
clear the
to all the
Vulgus
data
are
and
after the
information you
Kuiper.
have.
I didn't expect them to send a
There was
force
a
of
while
this
there, I
size.
recall, from the last administration and other administrations, where the access to that market was enticing enough to get companies to come in because they had access to over 1 billion people.
It's been like that for a while.
A market, not 1 billion, but a lot of people in the market. And so they were doing it. But that got curtailed when we started saying we're going to play by the same rules. For example, the idea they don't abide by the international rules related to subsidizing products by the government funding. So guess what? They're not going to be able to export their electric vehicles to the United States without a significant tariff. Others are
That's
doing
good
the
for
same thing
Elon.
around the world. But it is a concern.
Yeah.
It is a concern that you have both China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, countries that are
the bad guys,
not necessarily
the bad guys
coordinated in the past, looking to figure out how they can have impact.
Impact?
Yes, I do, but I'm not prepared to talk about the detail of it in public. And I think you'll see that some of our European friends
HE talks like has constantly buffering its SOOism.
investment in Russia. In China. As long as China continues to have this indirect help to Russia in terms of being able to help their economy as well as help them in as a consequence of that their ability to fight in Ukraine.
Yeah.
The other thing that we
there it is.
Is that, and I raised it.
It's clear the Vulgus are after the Kuiper. I didn't expect them to send a force
I
of
can't
this
swear
size.
that everyone agreed because not everyone got to talk about it. But we need a new industrial policy in the West.
Stay where you are.
For example, we talked about how both the EU as well as NATO has to be able to begin to build their own munition capacity, has to be able to generate their own capacity, provide for weapons and the ability to. It came as a surprise to some of us how we had fallen behind in the West in terms of the ability to construct new material, new weaponry, new everything from vehicles to weapon systems. And so one of the things that came out of this was we're going to be meeting again with a number of my colleagues, my European colleagues, is what do we do to increase the capacity of the West, particularly in Europe and Japan, to be able to generate the kind of ability to produce their own weapon systems. Not just for themselves, but to be able to generate them. It's the same, it's what Russia's trying to figure out. They went to China and they didn't get the weapons, but then they went to North Korea. But we're going to be in a position where the West is going to become the industrial base for it to be able to the ability to have all the defensive weapons that we need. That was a discussion as well.
Yeah.
You answered on whether you would be ready to go deal with Putin and Xi 2 or 3 years from now.
I'm ready to deal with them now and 3 years from now. Look,
for sure.
Like I said, I'm dealing with Xi right now and direct contact with him. I have no good reason to talk to Putin right now.
We picked up signals from multiple enemies. Good luck.
He is prepared to do in terms of accommodating any change in his behavior. And, but there isn't any world leader I'm not prepared to deal with. But I understand the generic point is Putin ready to talk?
Take this.
I'm not ready to talk to Putin unless Putin's ready to change his behavior. And the idea, look, Putin's got a problem.
There it is.
First of all, in this war that he has supposedly have won, and by the way, I think, don't hold me to the exact number, but I think Russia had 17.3% of Ukraine that they've conquered. Now it's 17.4. I mean, in terms of percentage of territory.
So I would assume percent would be.
They've not been very successful. They've caused horrible damage, loss of life. But they've also lost over 350,000 troops, military, killed or wounded. They have over 1 million people, particularly young people with technical capability, leaving Russia because they see no future there. They've got a problem.
Yeah.
But what they do have control of is they are very good at controlling and running the public outcry that relates to how they use mechanisms to communicate with people. They lie like hell to the constituencies. They lie like hell about what's going on. And,
that's true. He's right.
And so the idea that we're going to be able to fundamentally change Russia in the near term is not likely. But one thing for certain, if we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, they're not stopping in Ukraine. I recommend, I know you know this because you've written about it.
You're talking about appeasement?
Read Putin's speech after they moved in, what it was all about in Kyiv. It wasn't about just...
It's clear the Balkans are after the Khyber.
Read what his objective
I didn't expect them to send a force of this size.
Anyway, but so I think that I'm prepared to talk to anyone who wants to talk, including if Putin called me and wanted to talk. Last time I talked to Putin was trying to get him to work on an arms control agreement related to nuclear weapons in space. That didn't go very far. So my point is, I'm prepared to talk to anybody, but I don't see any inclination. There is an inclination on the part of the Chinese to keep contact because they're not sure where this all goes. And look what's happened in Asia. We have strengthened the Asian Pacific area more than anybody else has. We just put together with today. I brought on. I asked our NATO allies that we bring on a group from the South Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Australia. I already mentioned Australia. And I met twice now, I think, with the 14 leaders of Pacific Island nations. And we've slowed down what's going on here. We've slowed down China's reach. But there's a lot of work to do. This is a moving target, and I don't take it lightly.
There it is.
Sam from NPR.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asma Khalid with NPR. I have two questions. Earlier, you spoke about the ceasefire plan between Israel and Hamas. We're now looking at 10 months of war, and I'm curious if there's anything that you feel personally you wish you would have done differently over the course of the war. And then secondly, if I may, I wanted to ask you about your presidential campaign. I remember covering your campaign in 2020, and there was a moment where you referred to yourself as a, quote, bridge candidacy, a transition to a younger generation of leaders.
Oh, no,
I want to understand what changed.
To identify incoming Balkans.
Two things.
We must
Let's
hold our
go back
defense.
to where you talked about would I change anything that's happening with Israel and Palestinians.
Yeah, don't give
and
Israel
Palestinians.
bombs. Fuck them.
The answer is, as you recall, from the very
Fuck 'em.
beginning, I went to Israel, but I
It's not a
also
problem.
got immediate contact with Sisi in Egypt. I met with the King of Jordan. I met with most of the Arab leaders to try to get a consensus going as to what had to be done to deal with getting more aid and food and medicine into the Gaza Strip. And we pushed it really hard. And Israel occasionally was less than cooperative, number one.
Then why we give them
The
bombs?
Israeli War Cabinet,
Why is the best tank in War Thunder an
dealing with
Israeli
Israel
tank?
since Golda Meir.
Why is that happening?
Some of the reporters around here come here all the time have heard me say this. The first time I met with Golda Meir, I sat across from her at her desk, and her assistant was Rabin sitting next to me. That's how far back I go. I know Israel well, and I support Israel. But this war cabinet, one of the most conservative war cabinets in the history of Israel. And there's no ultimate answer other than a two-state solution here. And so what was able to be done in terms of the plan I put together was it would be a process
Ukraine is not a problem either.
for two-state solution.
More than Israel it is.
And we get the Arab nations to, particularly from Egypt all the way to Saudi Arabia, to be in a position where they would cooperate in the transition so that they would keep the peace in Gaza without Israeli forces staying in Gaza. The question has been from the beginning, what's the day after in Gaza? And the day after in Gaza has to be
Turn on subtitles?
The end of the day after has to be no occupation by Israel and the Gaza Strip, as well as the ability for us to
picked up signals
access
from multiple enemies.
in and out
Good luck.
as rapidly as you can all that's needed. I've been disappointed that some of the things that I put forward have not succeeded as well, like the port we attached from Cyprus. I was hopeful that would be more successful. But that's why when I went to Israel immediately after the massacres that occurred at the hands of Hamas, the one thing I said to the Israelis and met with the war cabinet and with Bibi, don't make the same mistake America made after bin Laden.
LOL アズモン
Occupy anywhere. Go after the people who did the job. You may recall, I still get criticized for it, but I was totally opposed to the occupation and trying to unite Afghanistan. Once we got bin Laden, we should have moved on. Because it was not, no one was ever going to unite that country. I've been over every inch of that, not every inch, the entirety of
Yeah, get the
Poppy
fuck out. No, he's
all
right
the way
about
to the
that.
north.
Yeah, true.
So don't make the same mistake we made.
Get the fuck out of there.
Don't think that's what you should be
Leave him
doing.
the fuck alone.
Doubling down. We'll help you find the bad guys. Sinwar and Company. And all this criticism about I wouldn't provide when the weapons they need. I'm not providing 2,000-pound bombs. They cannot be used in Gaza or any populated area without causing great human tragedy and damage.
Why not just...
But remember what happened when you had the attack on Israel with rockets and the ballistic missiles. I was able to unite the Arab nations as well as Europe, and nothing happened. Nothing got hurt. It sent an incredible lesson to what was going on from the Middle East. So there's a lot of things, in retrospect, I wish I
think he's
had
talking
been
about
able to
whenever
convince
Iran
the Israelis to do.
bombed a few places there.
The bottom line is we have a chance.
We're continuing to identify incoming focus. We
I
must
think
hold
that's
our
what he's talking
defense.
about.
Doesn't mean walk away from going after Sinwar and Hamas. And if you notice, you know better than most, there is a growing dissatisfaction on the West Bank from the Palestinians.
Bruno
Hamas.
さん
Hamas is not popular now. And so
they fell off.
a lot of moving parts. I just have to keep moving to make sure that we get as much done as we can toward a ceasefire, and get those. And by the way,
You want a ceasefire? Stop giving them
look
weapons.
at the numbers in
Stop funding them.
Israel. I mean, my numbers are better in Israel than they are here.
That's the
And again,
problem.
they're better than a lot of other
That's the
people.
fucking problem. Yes. Exactly.
Candidacy in 2020, you referred to yourself as being a bridge candidate for a
Very
younger,
here.
fresher generation of
Bro, he
Democratic
said that?
leaders, and I wanted to know what changed.
What changed was the
Why would he say that?
gravity of the situation I inherited in terms of the economy, our foreign policy, and domestic division. And I think, I won't put words in anybody's mouth. Most presidential historians give me credit for having accomplished more than most any president since Johnson and maybe before that. Get major pieces of legislation
talking about him?
passed. What I realized was my long time in the Senate had equipped me to have the wisdom of how to deal with the Congress to get things done. We got more major legislation passed than no one thought would happen. And I want to finish it, to get that finished. if tomorrow, if we had a circumstance where there was a lineup and I hadn't inherited what I did, and we just moved things along. Anyway.
Yeah.
It's going to change.
Yeah.
Last question.
Bro, they're telling him next question. I like that.
But no, Josh.
Anyway.
Casualties are mounting.
What's the next
disaster?
I'll do 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of your colleagues, Democrats in the Hill, are watching tonight as they assess what they want to say about your candidacy. I'm wondering how you're thinking of this right now. It seems like your answer is clear. They're watching how things go tonight, more in Michigan, next week in Texas and Nevada.
Ooh.
Are you thinking that
can
way
go stream with
about
Biden.
whether how the next week or 2 goes would inform you?
Am I using that way?
Are you thinking that way about how the next 2 weeks go? Will that affect your decision, or are you fully determined on running in November as the party's nominee?
I'm determined on running, but I think it's important that I allay fears. Let them see me out there.
Yeah, true.
Let me see them out, for the longest time.
But it's been doing the opposite.
Biden's not prepared to sit with us unscripted. Biden's not prepared to, anyway. And so what I'm doing is what I've been doing. I think we've done over 20 major events from Wisconsin to North Carolina
Yeah.
to demonstrate that I'm going out in the areas where we think we can win, and we can persuade people to move our way, or people already there. Yeah, look, the other thing is, we have the most extensive campaign organization of anybody's had in a long, long time. We have well over 1,000 volunteers knocking on doors, making phone calls, making tens of thousands of phone calls. We have headquarters. I forget exactly how many. I want to cite a number and then find out I'm off. We have scores of headquarters in all the toss-up states.
サンクユーブルーのサンアイムモアナレッゲーブルナウ
It's awful hard to replace in the near term.
Because he was there.
And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
I was in the Senate a long time. Very proud of what I've done in the Senate. I was chairman of the Foreign
Recon
Relations
Corps
Committee
spotted
for a
enemy
long time. I was
reinforcements.
chairman or ranking
There's no
member
end
and
to them.
chairman of the Judiciary Committee. I'm going to be going down to the Johnson Library anyway, I'm going to be going around making the case of the things that I think we have to finish and how we can't afford to lose what we've done or backslide on civil rights, liberties, women's rights. That little button we have.
Didn't you?
Control guns, not girls. And the idea that we're sitting around, that's where Kamala was so good as well. We're sitting around, more children are killed by a bullet than any other cause of death. The United States of America. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing?
Bro, he just entered phase 2.
Say, promise the NRA, don't worry, I'm not going to do anything.
That Adderall kicked in.
I'm not going to do anything.
Oh,
got a Supreme
shit.
Court that is what you might call the most conservative court in American history.
LOL.
This is ridiculous. So much we can do still. And I'm determined to get it done. It's about freedom. By the way, I'll end this. Well, I'm not going to do that. Haley has to come up too. But I remember I made a speech on democracy in Philadelphia, at Independence Hall.
Stay where you are.
And I'm not being critical, just observing. The bulk of the press, what the hell are you talking about that for? Democracy. You did. Democracy is not an issue. Democracy is not an issue.
He's looking
Except
at
the point that it showed 60% of the people knew I was right, thought I was right.
Damn. Well,
I'm
that
not
means
asking
you're
you a question. You don't have to answer, obviously. Do you think our democracy is under siege based on this court? Do you think democracy is under siege based on Project 2025? Do you think he means what he says when he says he's going to do away with the civil service, eliminate the Department of Education, make sure? I mean, we've never been.
No, he doesn't do any of that.
And that's the other reason why I
Same
didn't
as he
say
didn't do anything
hand
the
off
first
to another
time.
generation.
Take this.
I've got to finish this job. I've got to finish this job because there's so much at stake.
Had a discussion over the past few days with your press secretary about the question of health exams.
Ooh.
You said you take a cognitive test every day in this job. Are you open to taking another physical or test before the election? Governor Whitmer of Michigan, for instance, said it wouldn't hurt to take a test.
It wouldn't hurt.
Well, look.
I think it would.
One, I've taken 3 significant and intense neurological exams by a neurologist.
This is a really bad time to fuck
In each
that
case,
up.
it's recent as February.
This is a really bad time to fuck that up.
Okay?
Man.
Although I do have a little problem with my left foot because it's not as sensitive because I broke my foot and didn't wear the boot. But I'm good. I'm tested every single day on my neurological capacity, the decisions I make every day. You talk to my staff, all of you talk to my staff. Sometimes my staff talks a lot. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think you have them telling you that all the major ideas we've undertaken haven't been in part initiated by me. I remember when the staff, I said, I'm going to go to South Korea, I'm going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea back together again after not essentially having hostilities toward one another since the end of World War II. I'm going to move and see if we can expand, you know.
I eat gang I sleeps.
Is helping creates a little bit of wisdom.
ナヤイトハデン
I see that.
3
And so the point I'm making is,
Yeah.
I think it's important that if the neurologist tells me
Takakiri.
he thinks I need another exam. By the way,
I will wave good night
I've laid every
everyone.
bit of the record out.
Take care until next time.
Hidden a thing.
I will wave.
You ought to ask Trump for his, okay? I laid it all out.
At Hayden 56 Wajaja.
Surrounded by good docs. If they think there's a problem, I promise you, or even if they don't think it's a problem, they think I should have a neurological exam again, I'll do it. No one's suggesting that to me now. And I'll ask you another question. No matter what I did, no one's going to be satisfied.
He's right.
Did
Biden
you have
is right.
7 docs?
He's actually right
Did you
about
have
that.
2? Who'd you have?
Yeah,
Did you do this?
he's right.
How many times did you? So, I am not opposed if my doctors tell me
He
I
should go off
have
that
another
line more.
neurological exam. I'll do it. But that's right, ma'am. Haley Bull, Scripps.
He's reading the
Mr.
teleprompter.
President, you said you're making decisions on a day-to-day basis when it comes to support for Ukraine. Does that mean you have not closed the door on further considering lifting restrictions for U.S.-made weapons inside Russia? And if I may, your convention is coming up where your delegates are pledged to make you the official nominee. If they have second thoughts, are they free to vote their conscience?
Ooh.
Obviously, they're free to do whatever they want, but I got overwhelming support. Overwhelming support.
That's a good answer.
I won, I forget how many votes I won in the primary. Overwhelming. And so tomorrow, if all of a sudden I show up at the convention, everybody says, we want somebody else, that's the democratic process. It's not going to happen.
Even if that means they vote for someone else?
Sure. Look.
He's right for saying that.
I'll end this with this. I served in the Senate
Oh,
a long
shit.
time. I understand the impetus of candidates running for local office and whether they think the topic can help them or not.
He's going off the script.
In my state of Delaware, which was a very, at least a purple, it was a red state when I started, in terms of where you now talk red and blue. I don't recall most of the Democratic presidents winning my state when I was a candidate. The truth of the matter is I understand the self-interest of every candidate. If they think that, running with Biden at the top is going to hurt them, then they're going to run away. I get it. But so far, go and look at the polling data in their states. Look at the in-depth, and by the way, I think you'd all acknowledge, and you're all experts. I'm not being solicitous about the you're experts on this stuff. How accurate does anybody think the polls are these days?
Then why would you
I
look
can
at the
give you a
polls?
series of polls where you have likely voters, me versus Trump, where I win all the time. When the unlikely voters vote, he wins sometimes. the bottom line is all the polling data right now, which I think is premature.
We'll do our own poll,
really
guys, after this.
I mean, it hadn't started in earnest yet. Most of the time, it doesn't start till after September, after Labor Day.
The Vulgus have targeted a nearby Albion Kuiper storage facility.
But I think I'm the best I believe I'm the best qualified to govern. And I think I'm the best qualified to win. But there are other people who could beat Trump too. But it's awful start from scratch. And, you know, we talk about, you know, money raised. We're not doing bad. We got about $220 million in the bank. We're doing well. So, with that, you have any want to follow up on any of that? And just ask me.
Take this.
You earlier explained confidence in your vice president.
Yes.
If your team came back and showed you the data that she would fare better against former President Donald Trump, would you reconsider your decision to stay in the race?
No.
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win. Me.
A recon corps spotted enemy reinforcements. There's no end to them.
Okay. Thanks.
This ends tonight's press conference. Thanks, everybody.
AG goes back and forth and forget SO match sings SO quickly to smuggled.
What was that whispering pride laugh?
Who cares?
How do you combat that criticism tonight? Listen to him.
This concludes tonight's press conference. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everyone.
One more extraordinary moment in this presidential
That's the best
campaign,
answer he
and
could have
we say
had.
this often, and we can't overstate
Honestly, it is.
every,
That's the best answer he
day
could have
in the
possibly
spotlight.
had. So let's go ahead. We can talk about this real quick. All right, so what are people going to vote for? People said Trump. So 38% to 17% Biden. So if you extrapolate this, like, let's see. So that if like you just looked at it from 38 plus 17, that's about 60, right? And so actually that's 50. So basically it's double. Yeah, so if you want to have 100% of just Trump versus Biden voters, it's like basically what would that be? Like 35, so it's like 75% versus like 30%. Like it's that's bad, bro. At least on my chat. So yeah. No vote for a golf duel? Yeah, I know. After watching the debate, whatever on mock Biden bias poll, you think so? You think it's a bias poll? I think you're right. Honestly, I do. I think you go into Hassan's chat, probably you're gonna get the opposite. No, you definitely are right about that. And it really depends, right? And people start seeing one candidate's winning, and so then they start voting for them because they're winning, etc. Hassan's cooking Biden. Well, Hassan's probably cooking Biden, but he's probably gonna cook Trump more, right? Like, I think that's the way, like, a lot of Democrats
casualties
will
are
vote
mounting.
for Biden.
Disaster.
But, no, dual no vote. Yeah, right? And so, like, that's the thing. Like, they'll vote for Biden, but they're not really voting for Biden. They're voting against Trump. I think there's going to be more people that vote against Trump than vote for Biden. And I think that's what happened last time, too. Like, it's like, basically, the strongest campaigner for Biden is Trump. Like, people fucking hate that dude. Now, you might think that you like Trump. Okay, I don't, what, it's fine, you think whatever you want. But, like, you cannot deny that there is a huge amount of people that fucking hate him. Absolutely fucking hate him. Biden's, is not gonna look good, even if he does good. Yeah, no, I mean, like, Trump tweets, oh boy. And, people haven't voted for someone for over 50 years? Nah, that's not true. People voted for Obama. People were big into Obama. Oh yeah, they were all about Obama. Did Joe Biden's press conference make you feel more confident in him? Do I get to look at what the vote polls are? 88% say no.
Yeah.
Wow. I do think that Joe Biden, like, I hate to say this, I think it could have been worse. He had a few fuck-ups, but they were like accidental. I accidentally said this word instead of the other word. A lot of his long form answers were not bad. Yeah, he mixed up a few names. Like, the thing is, like, if Trump had done that, nobody would be talking about it, right? People point it out with Biden a lot more because people are predisposed to be ready to get mad at him, right? For this shit, right? I think so. And so they would. No, he actually did all right over. He did okay. I mean, it was not great, but I mean, it was okay, I guess. So I don't think anybody's gonna say this is a 10, but I don't think it's like a 3.
A recon corps spotted enemy reinforcements. There's no end to them.
Like 6, right? I mean, for Biden. Like, I'll tell you this: if Obama had come on and said that, it would have been a 1. If George Bush W had come on and said that, it would have been a 3. So he did all right for someone with dementia. Yeah, exactly, right. And so, great. Yeah, he's getting graded on a curve. I don't want anybody to get it twisted, but yeah, that's it. He didn't do that. His pacing is just slower, and he has words he falls back on, like, anyways. Yeah, no, that's definitely true. You thought that was above average for him? Yeah, for sure. I think it was. Yeah, I do. I think so. I think it was an above average performance. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of him. I've seen him talk. He didn't die. Yeah. Did he die at the stand? No. Okay, well, that's at least now we go from 1 to 2. Okay. Did he die? Did he say a slur accidentally or make something? Did he say something that's racist accidentally? No. Okay, now we're at 2 or 3. So, like, you see, we're already a third of the way there, right? Yeah, it's a standard. The Putin thing, though, that was stupid, but, like, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. How much drugs they pumped on him? Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Regardless of opinion, he doesn't need to be president while 2 wars are going on. I think, like, here's the reality. I think that Biden is not, like, completely gone, but... And I would even, if somebody told me that Biden is functioning at, like, a base cognitive level, I would probably agree with you. I would be like, I would accept that. I wouldn't agree, but I would accept that. But the difference is that, like, he doesn't need to be functioning at a base cognitive level. He needs to be the fucking president. Because that's 2 very different things, right? Because, like, me saying or him saying, yeah, I passed this basic cognitive test. This is a test that they give people after they get hit, like, you know, with a car or something. And it's like, can you tell your left hand from your right hand? Like, I'm talking about, like, decision making and, like, being quick on shit. Yeah, do you so wrong? You think so? No, I honestly, I think that if you give him time, he will reason things out, but it takes longer. And I think that even if he is behaving and, like, let's say, I think that he probably, for cognitive ability, I would say he's probably in the 30th or 40th percentile, right? He's not down at 2 and 5%, right? Because those people are functionally fucking brain dead. But if you want somebody who's the president, do you want them at 30 or 40% health? You want them at 1 HP? Fuck no. Absolutely not. So, no, and it will get worse. And I think that's what people are concerned about, right? Because, like, if you look at how it was and how it is, and then you think about how it's going to be, that doesn't sound good. Yeah. You'd rather have a calm man as a president? I think right now, honestly, man, I don't know what people are going to vote for. I really don't. I think Trump will win. I do. I think Trump will win by a larger margin than he did in 2016. Like, for electoral votes, probably. I could see Trump still losing the popular vote, but, you know, maybe he won't. I think that, like, the reason why I think so is because the problems that Joe Biden is having are they're very human problems. So, for example, somebody can see what he's doing and how he's feeling, and they can be like, oh yeah, I know what this is, right? Like, I've seen this, like, I can relate to this. So, and you compare that to Trump, like Trump lying about, like, tax records, about some porn star. Like, people can't really relate to that. Like, it's so abstract that you can't have, like, the public see that and be like, oh, well, you know, like this is what it is, because there's not like a sense of understanding there. I've been around senile people and he's senile, I'm sorry. I didn't say that he's not senile at all. And I think that it's obvious that he's fallen off. But I don't think that he has fallen off to the extent that he is completely dysfunctional and he cannot function, period. I just don't think he can function as the president. That's the point, right? So like if he takes a cognitive test and he passes that, that doesn't convince me. Because a basic cognitive test measures brain function for an average person. You don't need an average person to be the fucking president. But I think that he should go with that line more about how it doesn't matter how many tests they do on him, people still aren't going to believe it, because I think that's also true. Yeah, he should use that more. That was smart. He didn't disconnect. It's just his ping is high. Yeah, exactly. You think Trump is above average? Ain't no way. Yeah, I think Trump is way above average cognitively than Biden. Yeah, absolutely. It's not even a question. He's way sharper, way faster. Yeah, it's not even close. And I would say, you know what? People might get upset about me saying this. I think Trump was way sharper in 2016. Way sharper. So I think Trump has gone down too. It's not like Trump is at 100%. He's at 80%, but Biden's at 30. You see what I'm saying? Trump's old too. Yeah, he's old as a motherfucker, man. He's sharper. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, right? And so it's been almost, you know, it's like 10 years, right? Almost 8 years. So why do you need old presidents? Well, we had the option to get new presidents, and people didn't vote for them. We don't need old presidents, but when new people run, they're even dumber than the old people. So, like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to go and be like, this is some kind of crazy thing. Like, there's a reason for that, man. Aren't we voting based on the policies to the party? Most people just vote based off a vibe check. That's what I think happens. Old people have wisdom. Yeah, I mean, there are some people that are old that are stupid. Like, if old people have so much wisdom, then why are they constantly getting scammed? Why does that happen? No, I'm not gonna believe that, bro. Like, they're easy targets. Yeah, but why are they easy targets? Think about that. So I don't really like. There's plenty of old people that are stupid. Like, growing up, I learned pretty early on that adults were stupid whenever I was a kid. And I feel like growing up and getting older, I've only become more certain of that. Zelensky scammed Biden, so true. I'm a supporter of Ukraine. I'm not a supporter of Israel. I think Ukraine is a noble cause. I think Israel is a waste of money. The war is happening. There's not a ceasefire because we are enabling them. If we stop giving them money and we stop giving them weapons, there would be a ceasefire. Because they would have to. I don't support Israel at all, to be honest. I don't. It's not my problem. But why waste it with Ukraine? Because Ukraine,
Take this.
number of reasons. I think that it weakens the NATO, and I think NATO is important, by the way. NATO is important, and it is legitimate, and I think that it does matter. Number one. Number two, the actions of some people in Hamas attacking people in Israel, like Palestine is not the same as Russia in the same way, right? It's not like they elected and voted a leader to like make them do terror attacks in Israel. This is something that's happening from the country. Like it's organic, that's coming out of the country. And I know people will say that they did, yeah, for sure. But it's not the same thing as it is with Russia. It's a civil war, you can say? Yeah. Ukraine is not your war? Yeah, but Ukraine, there's more that we can stand to gain from it. I think the only thing that we can stand to gain from Israel is maintaining a place to destabilize the Middle East. And I think that's a pretty bad thing to do. It's not a civil war, and you're totally wrong. I don't think that I am. I think that there's probably a lot of people, and this is the same with Russia, is that there's a lot of people in Russia that probably don't support the war either, and they're not fans of it. And I think it's the same in Palestine as well. But I think that like the central government of something like Russia is much more united than something like Hamas. Like, for me saying that the central government of Russia is more united than Hamas, I'm surprised that this is a controversial take. People are disagreeing with this. And like, the reason why also is like Russia has like airstrike, and they have fucking bombed the shit out of Ukraine. I've seen the videos of it, right? I've seen the videos. That's why so many people have died over there. It's a totally different situation. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, exactly. How can you say that? Well, I just did. Yeah, it's controversial because MSM pushes it. So how does Ukraine win? They're losing the longer this goes on. They win by support from everybody else in Europe and America and the US and everything. Like, there's no reason for Putin to be bombing and blowing up fucking people in Ukraine. What are they doing? What are you talking about? It's not even a question. What do you mean? Yeah, it's completely indefensible. How do you know? Because if they had a good reason, we'd know it. I agree, but it seems like a war that'll never end.
Our casualties are mounting. Oh, what a disaster.
But anyway, that's the way I see it, right? And I know that some people are going to disagree. Everybody's going to have like whatever opinion they have. But that's what my opinion is. I'm pro-Ukraine, anti-Israel. And I'm not even like really pro-Palestine that much either. I'm pro get the fuck out of there, stop enabling this, stop fucking with this, right? So yeah. But yeah, for Ukraine, I'm not. Same should apply about Ukraine? Yeah, but I don't think so. No, I just got done explaining why I don't think so. Gladiator 2 trailer has more dislikes than likes now. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, a lot of people are tired of seeing really good movies have remakes that are probably going to be a downgrade. Or like sequels. I know it's not a remake, it's a sequel. It's obviously,
Night all have your comfy.
Like, you're still like riding on the coattails one way or another. Yeah, can't wait to see somebody saying I'm anti-Israel out of context. I don't care. If somebody wants to say that I'm like anti-Semitic or something like that.
Have a good night, Kazuma. Thank you for the subs.
Like, I mean, that's really the truth. Like, I don't really give a shit. Like, people say all kinds of bad stuff about me all the time. It doesn't matter. Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin. Not sure if you watched it. I think that's good. I did see part of that. I don't like this, like, where, you know, if you're in conflict with somebody, you freeze the person out. I feel like that's a bad way of doing things. At least, you know, as a civilian, I feel that way, right? Watch it? No, I remember, is that whenever Putin went on, like, these, like, long history, you know, tangents? Because I remember seeing part of that myself. Yeah, I remember that. Putin isn't willing to negotiate that? Yeah. Carlson was a pussy in that interview, not asking hard questions? Yeah, probably because if he did, then Putin wouldn't do another interview, right? It's like you've got to compromise at least a little bit with something like that. I could understand that, even though it can be disappointing for some people that, you know, he's not talking about it in the way that, you know, maybe they want him to.
Or signals from multiple
Here's really the truth, right? Is that I don't think any of us really know what's going on, right? Because, like, what do you think the odds are that, like Biden and Putin and Zelensky are operating under the same information that we are? They're probably not. They probably know way more about the situation than we do, and then basically anybody else in the public knows. So, like, it's very hard to know, like, whether they're making the right decision, for example, right? It's very hard to be sure. Putin's going to negotiate with Ukraine until Boris Johnson came over and told Zelensky not to accept it. Who the fuck knows why? Either ban Israel too or unban the word Palestine from the chat. Why? Or what? Are you gonna cry about it again? Who cares? Shut up, pussy. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I'm not gonna worry about that, bro. So yeah. That's why I talk mostly useless. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, I think that's definitely the way I see it. But anyway, with the Biden shit, like, it looks pretty bad for him. I think that, like, every single question being about him being totally incompetent and like old and unable to do the job. Like, I think the fact that everybody's asking questions about that really, it just really is bad. I think, and like any normal person can see that like it's really fucking bad that's going on, right? It's bad optics. Yeah, it's really bad optics. It's awful. So yeah, that's the way I see it, man. The main benefit of the use in the war is to get the plugs to mushrooms in front of everyone. Oh, about the U.S.? Yeah. It takes very reasonable. U.S. gains more from Ukraine, gain potential in the Middle East. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, people are going to argue about Ukraine and that shit, all that. Yeah, I really don't know. I think you're a bit speaking about English than being a privilege here has an enormous amount of our cohesion as a country because we all speak the same language. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, so people speak the same language. It's going to be more cohesive. I think that makes sense. Can't we all just get along? No. When's that ever happen? Yeah, when's that ever happen? It never happens. I can't believe he said that he talks to doctors every day. Shouldn't he just dodge the personal questions? Well, he does. The president does probably talk to doctors every single day. Especially at his, like, old age. I bet he does. But, like, him talking to doctors every day doesn't necessarily mean what you might think that it means. It doesn't mean he's getting a checkup every day.
Casualties are mounting. Oh, what a disaster.
That's his family doctor, not independent? Well, who knows, right? There's no common moral foundation anymore? Oh, you mean like in like the country? In society and in culture? I think that you are right. Yeah, I think you're right. Can a doctor check him daily for the next 4 years? Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, the president always has doctors that are like on call and there all the time. Right? Yeah, Trump had that too. Whenever Trump was president, he was probably talking to doctors every single day too. And I bet Obama was as well. Him saying that doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means though, right? How would you negotiate peace? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, right? I don't know everything about it. Everything's become too polarized or politicized. I think everybody likes to dial things up to like a really high degree where like they get super emotionally attached to different issues. And I think the result of that is you have people that they disagree about something politically, but they think that the other side wants to kill them, where it's really not the case, but everything is so emotionally escalated that it's hard to have a conversation without somebody thinking that you are like a terrible person. You know what I mean? Yeah, the White House not a nursing home? Oh, it is now. Yeah. How do you see the U.S. in 5 years? Probably about the same, maybe a little bit worse. Yeah, I think it's going to keep getting a lot worse, by the way. And so the reason why I think it's going to keep getting a lot worse is because I think the reason why it's getting worse. So you have to understand, why is it getting worse? I think the reason why it's getting worse is because these people, and like, you know, for example, Fox News, any of the news show candidates, political candidates, the reason why it's getting worse is because they're realizing that you don't need to run on issues in order to win elections. And the lower common denominator that you use to communicate, the better people will, what do you call it? The better people will respond. So basically, they're min-maxing getting votes and getting attention because they know that they're already going to get the votes from the people that are well-reasoned and the people that are like well-read on the issue, because those people will look at the policies individually and make a decision off of that regardless of what they say publicly, right? So whenever you're looking at these videos and like debates and things like that, and even news, the people that you're really looking to attract are like that unwashed masses group of people. You're trying to get the dumb people to vote for you because those are the ones that are the most, there's the most of them, right? There's a lot of really dumb people, number one. Number two, once you get them to vote for you, then they will never not vote for you. Because dumb people don't like admitting that they're wrong, and a stupid person will ride a ship all the way down to the bottom of the ocean rather than get on a life raft.
Good luck.
Because that's what dumb people do. So if you can lock in a stupid contingency of voters, you're going to be good forever. So what you see now is you see a lot of people appealing to like extremism, people appealing to irrationality, people appealing to like basically emotion. And the reason for that is because if you do that, you will get people to vote for you. And you can guarantee that you will get people to vote for you because those people are dumb as fuck. So I think that really, if you look at like the decline of like discourse, it's actually not a decline, it's min-maxing. Because they know, like Biden knows, and the people that run him, they know they're going to get votes from the educated Democrats. They know that. So why appeal to them if you're already going to win that? Well, you should go and appeal to the people that you're not always going to win. You see what I'm saying? Educated? Well, yeah, there's educated Democrats, educated Republicans, right? Those people are already informed. So you don't need to win them over. Does this mean most smart people are in swing states? Well, I don't know. Real politicians used to kill each other in duels. People think things are so bad now. Yeah, it could get a lot worse. You think Trump's educated? Is Trump educated? Yeah, he's obviously educated. He's obviously educated. I mean, yeah, he's educated, of course. Like, it's the same as, so is Biden. So is Obama.
She just like me, FR, 3.
Like, that's not the point. Do you actually care who's the president that much? How much do I care about who's president? I care. Yeah, I would say I do care. Like, I care less than I did. I feel like every election cycle, I care less. Like, whenever I first started paying attention to politics, I cared a lot. And then over time, I kind of learned that, because the reason why I stopped caring as much is because I felt like things didn't happen the way I thought they would when the outcome happened that I had expected, or that the outcome happened that I was predicting, right? It's like, oh, if this happens, then that's going to happen. Then this happens, then that doesn't happen, right? So it's like after you see that there's no real connection to that, then you kind of lose interest. You're a multimillionaire, why would you care? I feel like most people probably aren't directly affected by the president in a lot of ways. It's not really whether you're rich or not. I feel like if you're rich, you're probably going to be affected more because of taxes, right? So it really depends. I'm just the opposite. I started to care more. I feel like there's more at stake than like Bush versus Gore. But people were also less extreme back then. Yeah, I think so too. I'd say you're more affected considering tax cuts. Hey, here's the way I look at it. Whatever the tax is, I'm going to pay the tax. That's just the way it is. That's the way that's the law. And so you just follow the law. It's that easy. Right? I mean, like, you can say it's too much. Like, I think this is the way that I feel like most people would have less trouble paying taxes if they felt like the money was being spent on things besides bombs for Israel. Like, if you knew that your money was going to help homeless people, I think that there would be a big shift in the way that people see taxes. You don't say? No, I'm being serious, right? I think that's a huge reason. Like, people don't see the immediate effect of their taxes, even though you do, right? With roads, police, firemen, etc., right? You ever call the fire department? Man, they're amazing. Like, I had to call them a couple of times myself. They are amazing. That's your taxes right there. That is your taxes. So it's not like it doesn't happen, but people don't see it in the same way. In a weird way of following cartoons, chronological order, probably better than the current public school education. Oh, yeah. People aren't educated very well at all. Yeah. Personally know that people would be angrier if their money went to homeless people, but you're right, the majority would welcome the money to be reinvested in the country. Yeah, exactly. Like, in general, I find it to be very, you know, as I said, bro, like, this sounds stupid as fuck, but, like, for me, I'm the kind of person that, like, you know, I'll see something like this and it'll really make me think. Why is it that the top tank that has the highest, it's at the very bottom of the tech tree for pay-to-win tanks in War Thunder is from Israel? That's crazy. And so, just because, yeah, I don't know. Don't presidents just stay with the spin doctors tell them to say? I don't know. Family of 5 to feed is ridiculous on 110K in Indiana. It sucks. Yeah, no, I mean, like, a lot of people. And the thing is with Biden, like, I don't think he should try to go and start talking about how, like, to do all this bullshit about how, oh, well, the economy's doing great. I think he's just making a huge mistake by talking about that stuff. Because, like, the problem is that he could be right in the abstract of, like, what the percentage of inflation is, but the percentage of inflation on a chart that an economist gives him doesn't have anything to do with a person who's not able to afford groceries. And so I think if he tries to use that type of like argumentation, it's just so abstract that it doesn't mean anything. Video's supposed to be mute. I can't hear what he's saying. No, I did that on purpose. I was trying to do a big favor. Immigrants are expensive? Yeah, just get rid of them. Like, if you're an illegal immigrant, just deport.
I'm loading.
That's the way I look at it.
We picked up signals from multiple enemies.
Yeah, I don't even know why it's a conversation. Yeah, literally that simple. You're not supposed to be here, get out. All nations should do that? Yeah, of course. Do you think the U.S. political system needs a rework? I don't know. It shouldn't be a conversation. No, it's not. It's no conversation. They did that in California and there was no fruit to buy. If there's no fruit to buy, then I think that you should figure that problem out.
Freeze.
I think the idea, so like what's the logic, right? You need an underclass of underpaid laborers that are often exploited so you can get cheap bananas. No, get the fuck out of here. Find something else to eat. Fuck no. Absolutely not. It's fucked, yeah. It's what a ridiculous thing. Do you think we need term limits on all branches of government? No. I don't think term limits are relevant. Do you know how hard it is to get into any other country? Who cares about how hard it is to get into the country? I don't think that the U.S. has any obligation to make it easy to get into the country. Like, we don't have an obligation to the world to make it easy for people to immigrate to the United States. We have an obligation for the people in the United States to do right by them. That's the only thing that matters. Everything else is secondary. The issue is even farming right now is so expensive that most farmland is now consolidated into massive corporate farms. Yeah, it sounds like it's pretty bad. Issue you mentioned earlier from War Thunder, developed technology, allows armor to survive from hits, can make a shit ton of money. Yeah, I got no surprise there. It's easier to come illegally than to come legally as a skilled individual in the U.S. I really can't say why. Yeah. I don't think undocumented immigrants are actually costing a whole lot. I think it's lack of taxes on corporate and the richest that riding the USA wrong.
Don't hate
I think it's
later.
both, man. I do. I don't think that like you. I don't think you have to choose. So like, if you think that it's not, it's not immigrants, then that's fine, right? You can say that, but like, I think it's both. Really, it's the immigrants are costing us money, and you shouldn't have people randomly coming into the country with like no restrictions. And you also shouldn't have, you know, companies that don't get paid, or sorry, that aren't paying taxes. Like, it's pretty simple. It's not even a question. Like, you don't have to pick and choose. Like, it's both. Both are not paying taxes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Some illegals actually do pay taxes. They do. They have a separate thing. It's called an I-10. Individual tax identification. Yeah, I can go back and forth about this shit. I'm glad that I watched it. This was pretty crazy. I didn't expect it to. I feel like, again, this is like a 6 for Biden, right? I mean, normal, not. I mean, we're grading on a curve here, but it's like a 6. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys very much for watching. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow in the morning, and we'll keep going. All right, guys. See you later. Peace.
The internet is dead, and we are the killers.
Uh-oh.
Truth doesn't really exist online anymore.
Our casualties are mounting.
Bots and social media with misinformation, and the web pages we serve today are almost entirely generated by AI.
Not to mention astroturf.
Even YouTube is flooded with channels completely run by AI with zero creative input from humans.
You know what's really funny about that is I bet in the comment section for this video there are bots that are copy pasting real humans' comments complaining about bots.
Every single day, less and less of the content we consume is created by humans, and what's even worse is that all of it is being recycled back into a system that we have very little control over, leaving the internet a shell of what it once was. Scrolling through social media has become an isolated, empty, and fruitless activity. But how exactly did we get here, and is it too late to provide it?
I think people look to get more out of social media than what they should look to get out of it. I like social media, and I enjoy going on social media. It's not a problem to me.
The internet started as a weapon of war. Not an explicit military war, but a technological battle during the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. This pushed American researchers to develop a way of sharing data and programs through a global dispersed network beginning in the early 1960s. The earliest version of the internet created by two universities, the University of California and Stanford. Simple messages could be communicated between them, but it was nothing like what we have today. Throughout the 1970s, though, that network continued spreading via the use of phone lines. In 1983, there were only 500 computer hosts connected. Within 5 years, that reached 100,000, rolling out to increasingly more countries. Then, everything changed with the creation of the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web was a simple concept. It was a network of hypertext documents accessed with a program called a browser.
A lot of people were like worried about this whenever it was coming out. Like, I remember back, like, whenever the internet was first, like, catching on, a lot of people were, like, really skeptical about it. And they're like, yeah, I don't know if this is really going to work. Like, why are people going to want to do that? Yeah, dial-up? Yeah, exactly. It's like AI now? Yeah, it is. Yeah, 1993. Yeah, I mean, like, growing up, I remember not having the internet, but, like, my mom was, like, very tech-savvy, and so I had the internet, like, super early on, because she worked online.
1990s had moved from scientists and governments into the realm of public consumption. The birth of the internet was celebrated as a revolutionary force.
Yep.
With the free transfer and democracy of information, power could be put back in the hands of the people. The borders of regulation and nationalism would be transcended, creating a new age of society.
And I think this, for the most part, has happened. I think that everybody talks about, like, extremism that's created online, but extremism, by definition, is very small in percentage. I think, in general, the internet has been a massive positive force for the world. And it's made a lot of people's lives way better. Just because there's a few mentally ill teenagers on social media that hate their lives doesn't mean that a lot of other people don't get a tremendous amount of enrichment from the internet.
You no longer needed a media or a political platform to air your views. Everyone could become their own publisher.
Yep.
Something that wasn't possible before. There was only one problem. Greed. As years turned to decades, the internet followed a familiar path, the same one almost every other important technology.
Shall we race?
LOL
Smooth as ice. P フォージグルスをクラシックペンギンロングタイムの C ペンギンフォークヨールルーインウェーブ When I
ムモイプユーゴットイット。コンピテントチームマテスグラッジ。OHI never notice that. I will start.
If it's new research, I'm listening.
I will send. ふおっと。ポグ。
Officer Renzo here. Commence mission to recapture the chapel.
I'm loading. Don't hate me later. Voting. One eye. Coming up. Shield. You can't escape. I'm loading. I'm loading. Smooth as ice. Loading. Watch carefully. I'm loading. Loading. Ultimate chill. Stay where you are. You can't escape. I'm loading. Smooth as ice. Down. Loading. Don't hit me later. Target eliminated. Entering stealth state. Unloading. Loading.
IAZ 工具給仕スムゴイプUKM looking for Cooper but found gold.
'Here comes a big one.
いえ。The DPS output was there for sure this time. Didn't even have to second try it. I will start that MID end game gear stats really coming out.
question. This is why
AZ アクチャリーメルティングゼムモンカオメガ
Welcome. You're here for modules, right?ノッターズ
Watch carefully.
KZ。オブストラクター。モンカオメガ。LV122 アイカメットダウン。クランプレイグッドチームマテス。 クラシック。ハングドマンイズメイドトゥーテストチームプレイ。
slap.
3
I'm gonna short out in this way. My shield.
ファインディンググッドチームマテスアワレ。ムーブ3。 クランペン SO It Begins クランペーンザサーチフォーグッドチームマテスLOL
I will end it. You can't escape.
置。ESラクトシングケース ULOL スムゲーデド。アイブルアル。 おうゆうゆうゆう。
Welcome to the Modules Lab.
96. Jeez, I mean you're halfway there. スムゴーアウ。3。
Humanity is very weak. That's why humans need us so desperately.
オールゴールドナウスムゴーアウ。SO マッチウェイティングとスムゲーデド。エアシェイクスパールアイパー。
enough. It'll help along. Thank you.
Whoa! Be careful! Vulcus reinforcements coming your way! Are you okay? Thank goodness. I couldn't use comms while in the water.
XD Take care everyone, thank you for joining tonight.